Hello everyone, gentle soul searching for a peaceful place to rest after a long and exhausting day. I understand the feeling when our minds become like a tangled ball of yarn, and sometimes the only thing we truly need is a space where we are allowed to simply do nothing. Tonight I will take your hand and guide you away from the noisy world of reality into a quiet, fictional realm, where time is measured by the slow falling of dewdrops and light is woven from the delicate threads of memory. This is not just a story. It is a space of sound where you can rest, study, or slowly drift into the deepest sleep. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel your chest rise, and gently fall again. And now let us begin our journey toward perfect stillness. Everything begins at the edge of a quiet forest, where ancient oak trees stretch their wide branches like protective arms over the dew-covered ground. Beneath your feet, a thick carpet of green moss feels soft as velvet, absorbing every sound of your footsteps, leaving only the faint vibration of the earth beneath you. The air around you is wrapped in a thin silver mist, carrying the fresh scent of pine resin and the rich aroma of damp soil after the afternoon rain. You hear the wind softly weaving through the leaves above, creating a gentle rustling sound, steady and calm, like the slow breathing of the forest itself. From time to time, the distant tapping of a woodpecker echoes faintly through the trees, sparse and unhurried. As you continue walking, the narrow path slowly leads you into a valley filled with wildflowers. Here, the wind no longer whispers through the trees. It glides gently over delicate petals, creating a quiet symphony without words. Soon you notice a small stream. The water is so clear that you can see the colorful pebbles resting peacefully at the bottom. The soft sound of water flowing over stones feels like the whisper of time itself, moving slowly, as if the world has decided to pause for a moment. You kneel beside the stream and lightly touch the cool water. As you do, it feels as though every weight resting on your shoulders dissolves and drifts away with the current. The sky slowly fades into a soft amethyst purple as evening settles over the land. In the distance, you notice a small wooden cabin resting quietly on the hillside. A delicate glass wind chime hangs from the porch roof. Every so often it rings with a light, crystal-clear tone that gently breaks the stillness of the approaching night. You step inside. The old wooden floor creaks softly beneath your feet, yet the sound feels warm and strangely comforting. In the fireplace, dry logs begin to crackle as flames slowly awaken, spreading a gentle warmth through the room. On the table nearby, a cup of cinnamon tea releases a soft, fragrant steam into the air. You settle into an old leather armchair and listen as the rain begins to fall softly on the roof above. The rhythm is steady and soothing, like a lullaby carried from a distant past. As the night grows deeper, the world around you feels even more peaceful. You begin to notice that the cabin seems to float quietly among layers of clouds, its window opening onto an endless view of the glittering Milky Way. The steady ticking of a pendulum clock fills the room, each passing second loosening the knots in your mind just a little more. There are no worries about tomorrow, no regrets from yesterday. There is only you, and the quiet presence of this moment. All sounds now become soft, gentle vibrations, guiding you slowly into the weightless realm of dreams, where the heart is completely healed within the calm embrace of the silent night and the softest music of the universe. As the fire in the fireplace begins to dance its final quiet movements, turning the dry logs into glowing embers, you feel yourself slowly released from the weight of reality. You stand and walk deeper into the house toward a long hallway paved with polished black marble. The surface reflects the distant starlight streaming in through tall ceiling windows. Your footsteps are no longer the soft sound of gravel or wood, but a deep, gentle echo moving through the silent corridor like the calm heartbeat of a peaceful mind. At the end of the hallway stands an ancient bronze archway door, engraved with constellations slowly turning across its surface. When you push it open, it reveals a hanging garden suspended in the quiet vastness of space. Here, there is no soil beneath your feet, only soft white clouds holding the roots of eternal cherry blossom trees. The wind here is unlike any wind you've known. It does not rush or roar. It drifts softly like silk through the air, carrying the distant sound of thousands of tiny crystal chimes gently touching each other somewhere beyond the horizon. You hear water flowing, but it is not from a stream. Instead, it falls as a waterfall of light pouring down from a crescent moon above. Its sound is delicate, like the gentle strings of a harp, filling your ears with a soothing calm that almost makes your body feel weightless. You lie back upon a floating cloud, feeling your entire body supported by a softness beyond anything physical. Looking upward, you see distant planets slowly revolving in the deep sky, each one emitting a low, peaceful vibration. Together they form a deep cosmic harmony, a quiet om that spreads across the entire valley. It is the sound of beginnings, the sound of the most ancient peace. Around you drift fireflies made of starlight. Every gentle movement of their wings creates the softest whisper in the air, like a reminder that you are protected by the entire universe itself. Your thoughts wander even further now, and you find yourself entering an eternal library, where the books are not written with words but with melodies of the most beautiful memories. You reach out and touch the spine of an old book, and instantly the sounds of a peaceful summer afternoon appear in your mind. Gentle ocean waves rolling across white sand, distant laughter from childhood, warm sunlight resting quietly on your skin. Here, the turning of each page sounds like soft waves touching the shore, steady and rhythmic, guiding you deeper into a peaceful state of meditation. You slowly realize that this room, this valley, and even the glittering universe above all exist quietly within your own soul, where the noise and worries of the world can never reach. The night has now become deep and thick, yet it feels nothing like darkness. Instead, it wraps around you like a warm velvet blanket, covering every sense with comfort. Outside, the rain has softened into tiny drops of night dew falling gently onto the leaves. Each drop becomes a quiet note, closing the final thoughts still drifting through your mind. Your breathing now blends perfectly with the rhythm of the universe itself, slow, gentle, and completely free. You feel yourself drifting, dissolving softly into the light of distant stars, into the faint sound of wind chimes far away, and into the endless silence of a dreamless sleep, where nothing exists except pure, peaceful calm. Leaving the library behind, you step out onto a vast balcony carved from pure white quartz. Beneath your feet, the soft clouds are gone. In their place is a narrow path woven from moonlight itself, stretching upward toward the peak of an impossibly tall mountain, its summit forever hidden within a brilliant band of the Milky Way. Your footsteps along this glowing path sound light and delicate, like gentle notes played on the wooden keys of a piano. Each step becomes part of a quiet melody, rising and falling softly within the endless space around you. The wind at this height is not cold or harsh. Instead, it carries the breath of distant stars, a cool, pure scent, like early morning dew resting on snow-white petals. When you finally reach the summit, an extraordinary silence settles over everything. This place is known as the Mountain of Forgetting. Here, every painful memory, every worry about tomorrow, and every invisible pressure slowly lifts from your shoulders like tiny grains of dust, dissolving quietly into the air. From deep within the mountain, you hear a low, steady vibration, a deep echoing gently through the stone. It is an incredibly low frequency, yet powerful and calm, guiding every cell in your body to resonate with the ancient healing rhythm of the earth itself. You sit upon a smooth stone ledge and look down below, where layers of clouds drift slowly like silver rivers flowing across the sky. Silent, patient, and without any sense of hurry. From the mountain peak, a gentle current of wind carries you downward once more, softly guiding you toward a mysterious land resting at the mountain's base, the Whispering Forest. It is called this because every leaf, every blade of grass here seems to have its own quiet language. The rustling sounds are not only made by the wind, they are the sounds of new green shoots stretching toward life, the quiet whispers of seeds awakening beneath the soft soil. You walk among ancient trees whose rough bark feels warm and welcoming. From time to time you hear the soft tap, tap of ripe fruit falling onto the bed of dry leaves below. The sound is small, simple, and strangely joyful, like a gentle greeting welcoming you into this land of quiet renewal. Deep within the forest, you discover a hammock woven from the delicate threads of moonlit spiders, suspended between two old sandalwood trees. As you lie back, the hammock begins to sway slowly, back and forth at the calmest rhythm imaginable. The soft creaking of rope against tree bark blends perfectly with the distant chirping of crickets and the quiet orchestra of tiny night insects playing their symphony of darkness. Here, light does not come from the sun. Instead, it glows gently from clusters of luminous night flowers scattered throughout the forest. Each time a glowing petal slowly closes, the sounds of the forest soften by another gentle layer. Your breathing has now become deeper and steadier than ever before. You no longer try to listen. You simply allow the sounds to flow naturally into your mind. In the distance, rain begins to move across the far side of the valley. It is not a storm, only a delicate mist of rain drifting through the trees. Tiny droplets tap softly against broad leaves. Moisture settles quietly into the soil, creating a layered tapestry of soothing sounds that cradle and protect the silence around you. You begin to feel like a small drop of water yourself, merging into a stream, then slowly dissolving into the vast ocean of stillness. All boundaries between you and the world around you begin to fade. You are the wind. You are the branch of the tree. You are the soft crackling of the fireplace, and the distant stars shining quietly above. Within this endless connection, you discover a deep and unshakable sense of peace. No matter how the world outside may change, there will always be a quiet valley within you, a place of infinite calm where you can return again and again. So allow yourself to drift farther and deeper into this space, a place where rest is the most precious gift you can offer to yourself. As the hammock slowly rocks you into a state between waking and dreaming, you feel yourself gently slipping away from its soft threads, landing upon a pathway paved with glowing stones. This path leads deep beneath the earth, yet it feels neither dark nor narrow. Before you unfolds a magnificent crystal cavern. From the high ceiling hang countless transparent stalactites, descending like enormous wind chimes crafted by nature itself. Whenever a single drop of water falls from the cave's ceiling and touches the stone pool below, it does not make the usual splash. Instead, it produces a clear musical note, like a soft tone from an electric piano, echoing beautifully through the cavern and lingering in the air. The echoes here behave strangely. They do not startle you. Instead, they wrap gently around you like a protective layer. You walk slowly across the shallow surface of the water, feeling a gentle coolness spreading through the soles of your feet. Around you, the crystal pillars tremble ever so slightly with each step you take. The sound frequencies in this place are incredibly pure. They seem to wash away the final traces of dust lingering within your thoughts, leaving your mind clear, light, and transparent, like crystal itself. You pause in the center of the cavern and take a deep breath, feeling the cool moisture of the underground air and the absolute stillness of the earth, far away from the noise of the modern world, which now feels like nothing more than a distant memory. From the opposite side of the cave, a deep blue light quietly invites you forward. As you step outside, you realize you are standing before the sea of silent dreams. This is not a restless ocean of crashing waves. Instead, the water is so perfectly calm that it becomes impossible to tell where the sea ends and the night sky begins. The waves here do not strike the shore. They simply glide softly across the fine white sand, creating a gentle rustling sound, steady and rhythmic, like the slow breathing of someone deeply asleep. The sound of the sea carries a low, warm frequency, like a symphony without instruments, capable of soothing even the most restless nerves. You step toward the water's edge, allowing the tiny waves to brush gently against your feet. Each time the water retreats, it feels as though it carries away every trace of exhaustion, every weight from the waking world, drifting far out into the open sea. In the distance, small islands shimmer like floating pearls upon the horizon. You do not need a boat. You simply close your eyes and allow your thoughts to drift along the cool current. The sound of the ocean blending with the gentle wind creates an endless space of sound, vast, calm, and infinite, making you feel both wonderfully small and beautifully connected to something far greater than yourself. Now the world around you begins to soften and fade, leaving only the gentlest melodies behind. You find yourself floating upon the cool water, which somehow feels warm and comforting at the same time. Above you, the stars slowly begin to disappear into the dawn of another world. All sound now becomes a soft whisper, like the voice of someone dear leaning close and gently telling you, "Everything is okay. You have done well. And now it is time to truly rest. Let your heart beat slow. Let your mind melt into the quiet, and allow yourself to drift peacefully into the endless sleep of perfect calm." As you continue floating upon the sea of dreams, a warm and gentle mist begins to spread across the horizon. The mist grows thicker, yet it does not make you feel lost. Instead, it surrounds you like a soft cocoon of silk, slowly lifting your body from the surface of the water and carrying you upward toward a horizon glowing with the colors of an eternal sunrise. Within the mist, the outlines of an ancient city slowly begin to appear. A city in the mist, filled with towering bell towers and delicate silver bridges stretching between layers of clouds. Here the sounds of the world begin to change. There are no longer waves or winds rushing through the air. Instead, there is a deep and meaningful silence. You begin to hear a soft humming in the atmosphere, similar to the sound you hear when holding a seashell close to your ear. It is an echo from somewhere beyond the world, yet it feels strangely familiar and comforting. You walk along streets paved with precious stones. Each step you take creates a soft, warm sound, like gently tapping on polished sandalwood. Along the streets, floating lanterns illuminate the path. They are not lit by fire, but by a quiet inner glow, releasing a delicate fragrance of jasmine flowers and dried grass into the still air. Ahead of you now stands the final destination of this journey, the Temple of Presence. This temple is not made of stone or brick. Instead, it is woven from pure golden light and profound stillness. As you step inside, every sound from the outside world fades completely away. All that remains is the gentle rhythm of your own heartbeat, slow, steady, and full of quiet warmth. At the center of the temple lies a perfectly still pool of water, so calm that not a single ripple disturbs its surface. The pool reflects all the beautiful places you have traveled through on this journey. You sit quietly beside the water, feeling a deep sense of unity and peace. From the temple's high ceiling, a single drop of glowing light falls into the pool. When it touches the surface, a gentle circle spreads outward across the water, expanding slowly and endlessly. Each wave passes through your body, carrying with it a message of eternal calm. There are no more stories to tell, no more images to see. There is only your quiet presence in this moment. This is the place where you truly belong, a place where every storm comes to rest, and where every trace of exhaustion transforms into quiet inner strength. My voice now begins to soften, slowly fading into the gentle mist surrounding you. You may remain here for as long as you wish inside your own temple of calm, allowing the sound of silence to guard your peaceful sleep. The world outside will still be there when you wake, but here, in this moment, only peace truly exists. Sleep deeply, and may your mind awaken tomorrow feeling light, calm, and renewed as you leave the temple of presence. You do not walk away with your feet. Instead, it feels as though you are gently drifting along a river of amber light. This glowing river carries you toward a land without borders, known as the Field of Time. Here, the grass grows as high as your waist, yet it is not green. Instead, every blade glimmers like delicate strands of silver thread. When the wind passes through the field, millions of these strands brush against one another, creating a soft rustling sound, steady and endless, like the waves of a quiet, shallow ocean. Each passing breeze carries with it a gentle fragment of memory. The soft turning of pages from a book your grandmother once read, the sound of rain tapping against the roof of an old house, or the slow, peaceful breathing of someone you once loved. You walk through the field, feeling the silver threads brush against your skin, cool, soft, and comforting. Here time does not move in a straight line. Instead, it curls gently upon itself like a small cat sleeping peacefully beneath the sunlight. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the slow pouring of enormous hourglasses hidden within the unseen space around you. The grains of sand fall with a faint whispering sound, shh, forming a hypnotic rhythm that reminds you that all the rushing and urgency of the world becomes meaningless in the presence of eternity. Far ahead, rising slowly through the mist, stands the lighthouse of ideas. This lighthouse does not guide ships across the sea. Instead, it sends out warm beams of light meant to guide wandering souls back toward themselves. You begin to climb the spiral staircase made of dark stone. Your footsteps echo softly, dug, dug, slow and steady, like the rhythmic tapping of a skilled carpenter. The higher you climb, the quieter the world below becomes. In its place, you hear the soft whisper of wind slipping through narrow windows, sounding almost like the distant notes of a bamboo flute, pure, gentle, and timeless. At the top of the lighthouse, you discover a bed made of pure white feathers placed beside a round window that opens to the entire universe. From here, you can see galaxies slowly dancing through the vast darkness. The distant collision of stars creates faint, shimmering frequencies. Tin, as delicate as the sound of tapping crystal glasses filled with water. You lie down on the feather bed, feeling your entire body sink into its softness. Slowly, it feels as if you are dissolving, becoming part of the lighthouse light itself, spreading gently through every corner of the universe. Now listen carefully. From far away through layers of mist, you hear the distant bells of a small village church. The bells ring 3 deep tones, slow, heavy, and echoing, before fading softly into silence. It is a signal that your mind is ready to enter the deepest layer of sleep. There are no more images now, no more words, only a warm feeling gently surrounding your heart. You feel yourself drifting into a peaceful black hole of calm, a black hole that is not frightening but instead the birthplace of all rest. All sounds begin to fade away, leaving only a faint humming somewhere deep within your subconscious. Let your breathing become free. Let your body become completely relaxed. You have traveled a long journey, through forests, valleys, stars, and dreams. And now, you have finally returned home. Home is this place, a place without noise, a place where absolute peace quietly holds you. May your sleep be long and deep, like a river flowing endlessly into the quiet unknown. Hello everyone, and welcome back as we journey once again against the current of time, returning to a dusty and unforgiving chapter of history. Today we will not speak about kings sitting upon golden thrones, nor about knights clad in shining armor. Instead, I will take you deep into the dark corners of the past, into narrow alleys and barren fields, to experience a single day, a single life, filled with hardship. The life of an ordinary person in the Middle Ages. This is a story about survival, about the fragile boundary between life and death, where every meal is a privilege and every night of sleep is a gamble with fate. So prepare yourself a cup of tea, sit back, and allow your mind to drift into the harsh atmosphere of the 12th century. A distant church bell echoes through the thick fog of early dawn, waking Alaric from his restless sleep on a straw mattress crawling with fleas. His hut is small and cramped. The walls, made from clay mixed with dried straw, have long since cracked, allowing the cold wind to slip through like sharp knives. Alaric shivers quietly, his breath turning into pale white mist in the dim interior, where the air smells faintly of wood smoke and damp earth. His wife, Alara, had already risen earlier to stir the dying embers in the hearth. Her hands, cracked and reddened by frost, tremble as she uses a wooden ladle to scoop a thin porridge into a bowl. It is the only food they have left to sustain themselves through the coming days. They eat in silence, a heavy silence. Both of them know that today is the Lord's tax day, and their grain store had run empty long ago after a failed harvest ruined by drought and disease. Stepping outside, Alaric feels thick mud clinging to his worn leather boots, each step as heavy as the burden pressing upon his shoulders. The village fields stretch out beneath the weak light of dawn, where other farmers are already bent over their crude wooden plows, struggling to break the hardened soil to plant the last remaining seeds. Sweat mixes with the cold rain running down his back, but Alaric dares not rest. Even a moment of pause could draw the attention of the Lord's guards, whose watchful eyes and leather whips show little mercy. His life is bound to this land, an invisible prison known as serfdom, where he labors 14 hours each day simply for the right to exist for one more day. By midday, when the sun appears only as a pale glow behind thick gray clouds, a group of riders enters the village in a thunder of hooves, bringing with them an atmosphere of fear and submission. It is the Lord's steward and his escort. They move from house to house, collecting what little produce remains. From the far end of the village comes the sound of crying as one family, having nothing left to offer, loses their only cow, the last source of labor they possessed. Alaric stands still, gripping the handle of his hoe so tightly his knuckles turn white. Anger rises inside him like a silent fire, but he lowers his head, hiding the redness in his eyes. When the steward stops before him, Alaric is forced to hand over the last of the barley he had been saving for winter. He knows exactly what this means. When the snow arrives, his family will face hunger. Evening falls, bringing with it a cold that seeps deep into the bones. Alaric drags himself home past the small roadside market where starving beggars curl along the edges of the road and disease lurks in every open gutter of dirty water. He passes a blacksmith striking weak blows against a cold piece of iron. Nearby, a woman kneels beside the body of her child who died during the night from a fever, a cruel reminder that medicine in those days was little more than prayers and desperate herbs. When Alaric finally returns to his hut, he finds Alara trying to sew together pieces of old sackcloth to make a blanket. Her eyes are hollow from exhaustion and worry. They sit again beside the fading fire, sharing a small piece of black bread hard as stone. Outside, the distant howling of wolves echoes from the forest, reminding them that the world beyond their fragile clay walls is even more cruel and dangerous. When night finally settles over everything, Alaric lies down upon the straw. His legs ache. His spirit is exhausted. Yet deep inside him, a small spark of determination still burns. A primal instinct for survival that has carried humanity through its darkest ages. Tomorrow the sun will rise again. The church bells will ring again. And he will continue this quiet but heroic struggle. Not for glory, not for riches, but simply to keep the fragile flame of life alive for his family in the cold darkness of the medieval world. Continuing the thread of Alaric's life, as darkness thickens over the village and the distant barking of dogs slowly fades into the night, we find him waking once again while frost still clings to the thatched roof. The life of a serf is not only made of endless days in the fields, it is also an invisible chain that binds the body to countless unnamed tasks demanded by the Lord. This morning, Alaric will not be tending his barley field. Instead, he has been ordered to the blacksmith's forge at the center of the manor to help transport coal and assist with the hammering, brutal labor that only the most stubborn and resilient bodies can endure. His heavy footsteps press against the smooth, worn stones as the sharp smell of rusted iron and sulfur pours from the blazing furnace. The fire glows a fierce red, a stark contrast to the dull gray sky of winter. The blacksmith, a massive man named Brom, his face darkened by soot and marked with burn scars, gestures toward a pile of iron ore that has just been delivered. Alaric begins his work by pulling the bellows, again and again, forcing air into the furnace. It is a repetitive task so exhausting that his arms soon grow numb, his muscles protesting with painful cramps. With every pull, his lungs fill with thick smoke and dust. Meanwhile, the hammer strikes the anvil with a sharp metallic clang. Clang, clang. The sound echoes like the heartbeat of a great iron beast, forcing him to keep the rhythm. Midway through the workday, a group of the Lord's cavalry arrives to have their horses reshod and their swords sharpened for an upcoming campaign along the frontier. Alaric stands quietly in a shadowed corner, watching the gleaming armor and luxurious velvet cloaks with a gaze mixed with admiration and bitterness. One large warhorse tosses its head violently. Its steel-shod hoof nearly crushes Alaric's worn leather shoe, but the soldiers only laugh, treating him like little more than dust beneath their feet. In that cramped, sweltering forge, the contrast becomes painfully clear. Velvet and silk beside torn rags, absolute power beside utter poverty. The sweat of the poor is forging the weapons of the powerful. When the sun finally reaches its highest point, though it appears only as a pale blur behind heavy clouds, Alaric's lunch consists of a thin onion soup so watery that he can see the bottom of the bowl. Alongside it sits a small piece of moldy cheese that he must scrape clean with a knife before swallowing. He sits on the dirty ground while the other workers whisper quietly about a plague spreading from the east. They speak of villages wiped out within weeks, of bodies stacked high on wagons like piles of timber. Fear hangs heavily in every word. With dirty hands, the men make the sign of the cross, praying for mercy from a higher power that sometimes feels as though it has forgotten this suffering land. By afternoon, Alaric is ordered to help load heavy crates of weapons onto wagons. The wooden boxes dig painfully into his shoulders until the skin begins to tear and bleed. Yet the steward's harsh voice shouts constantly, pushing him to move faster. For a moment, his grip slips. One crate falls from his hands, nearly crushing his leg. But instead of concern, a guard kicks him sharply in the ribs for delaying the work. Alaric clenches his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Silently, he stands again and gathers the last of his strength to continue. He knows that if he is cast out of the manor, death would come to his family faster than any plague. As sunset spreads across the sky, the cold of the highlands settles into the bones. Alaric drags himself home, his feet swollen from standing too long beside the forge. On the way, he passes a small graveyard beside the church. Fresh graves lie scattered across the ground, simple mounds of earth without stone markers, only dry branches tied into crude crosses. He pauses for a moment, whispering a prayer for those who have fallen, and perhaps also for himself. When he finally returns to the hut, he finds Alara knitting a tiny garment from the last strands of rough wool they possess. It is meant for the child growing inside her, a fragile new life beginning in a fading world. They sit together beside the dying fire, holding one another for warmth. It is a small comfort, but an immeasurably precious one in a life filled with storms. That night, Alaric dreams of a vast field covered with wildflowers. In that place there are no anvils, no taxes, and no scorn. But the wind whistling through the cracked door soon pulls him back to reality. Tomorrow another long day awaits him, and so he prepares himself to continue writing the next chapter of a quiet but powerful epic, the enduring story of human perseverance. When the harsh northern winds begin howling through the cracks in the clay walls, winter arrives like a death sentence hanging over every farmer's head. Snow falls endlessly, covering the narrow paths and turning the world around Alaric into a silent frozen plain. Inside the small hut, the fire has faded into only a few weak embers. Their supply of firewood is nearly gone, and entering the Lord's forest to gather wood is considered a crime, one that could cost a man his hand or even his life on the gallows. Alaric looks at Alara. Her face has grown noticeably thinner. Her hollow eyes reflect deep worry as the child in her womb begins to stir, demanding nourishment that the exhausted mother simply does not have to give. Each morning, Alaric must throw his entire weight against the wooden door, which has frozen shut beneath the snow. When he steps outside, his feet are wrapped in torn rags instead of shoes. The cold feels like thousands of needles piercing through his thin, coarse clothing. The only food left in the house is a few shriveled turnips and a handful of poor barley grains mixed with crushed tree bark to create the illusion of fullness. Hunger does not strike all at once. Instead, it gnaws slowly from within, clouding his mind and making his hands tremble with weakness. He glances toward the empty animal shed, where their only cow once stood before it was taken away. The emptiness there seems to echo deep inside his bones. One night, when a snowstorm reaches its fiercest rage, the howling of starving wolves echoes right outside the hut. They claw against the thin wooden door, searching for a way inside. Alaric grips a sharpened wooden spear and stands guard beside his wife throughout the entire night, never daring to sleep. His lips whisper broken prayers into the darkness. In that endless black night, he realizes that his enemies are not only nature and the Lord who rules over them. His greatest enemy is the despair waiting patiently to swallow his will to survive. But then the faint light of dawn slowly appears on the horizon, and he knows he must continue living. He must find a way for Alara and for the unborn child to have one more chance. With no other path left, Alaric makes a desperate decision. Under the cover of thick fog, he sneaks into the Lord's forbidden forest, hoping to dig through the snow for forgotten chestnuts or perhaps catch a small wild rabbit. Every crack of a branch beneath his feet sends his heart racing. If even a single patrol guard were to see him, his life would end on the gallows in the village square. He crawls across the frozen ground, his hands turning purple from frostbite. At last, he discovers a small bird's nest hidden beneath a branch. Inside it lie several frozen eggs, a pitiful treasure. Yet in that moment, it is more valuable to him than all the gold of kings. When he returns home, breathing heavily, he hides the eggs beneath his torn coat. He passes the suspicious eyes of neighbors who are also slowly starving. Inside the hut, he gives the small meal to Alara. He watches her eat with a mixture of guilt and quiet joy filling his chest. Life has now shrunk into the damp walls of their fragile shelter, where two souls lean upon each other to resist the white death of winter waiting outside. Alaric's perseverance burns like a tiny candle in the storm. Its flame flickers weakly, but it never goes out. And in that fragile light lives the enduring strength of the most ordinary people in one of the harshest eras of human history. When the first weak rays of spring sunlight finally break through the heavy clouds, the frozen world slowly begins to thaw. The melting ice turns the village roads into thick, foul-smelling mud. But to Alaric, the sound of water dripping from the thatched roofs is like a song of rebirth. Alara survived childbirth during a violent, stormy night. The cry of the newborn baby echoed through their fragile hut like a defiant declaration against death itself. Alaric names the child Edmund, a name that carries hope for protection and prosperity, blessings Alaric himself has never known. Yet their joy does not last long. Soon the deep sound of royal horns echoes across the valley, announcing a new decree. The king is preparing for a distant crusade. Every serf family must now pay an additional special tax, or provide a man to serve the campaign. Alaric stands in his field, the ground only just beginning to dry after winter. He grips his worn wooden plow as a royal messenger on horseback calmly announces that he has been chosen to join a supply caravan transporting food to the southern port for the army. This means he must leave behind his weak wife and newborn child during the planting season, the most critical time of the entire year. He looks into Alara's tired eyes and sees the quiet acceptance within them. They have no choice. To resist would mean death. To obey means gambling with fate. Alaric hurriedly packs a few pieces of dry bread and a small leather water pouch before joining a long line of ragged villagers forced to march under the watchful eyes of cruel overseers. The journey stretches on endlessly through dense forests and over jagged limestone hills. Alaric's feet swell and bleed inside his worn boots, mixing with the mud that coats the road. He pulls heavy wagons loaded with grain and wine, supplies meant for soldiers, while his own stomach twists painfully with hunger. Along the road, he witnesses the terrifying scars of war and chaos. Villages burned by deserters, bodies hanging from tree branches as food for crows, and ragged pilgrims wandering toward the Holy Land with blind faith in their eyes. With every step, Alaric wonders whether he will ever return home to see his son smile, or if his bones will one day lie forgotten beside this endless road. At night, sleeping beneath forest trees with frost settling across his hair, Alaric stares up at the distant stars, searching for some sign of mercy in the heavens. He remembers the sharp smell of smoke from his home fire. He remembers Alara's warm hands. He remembers the gentle breathing of his newborn son. Those memories are the only thread tying him to life, the only thing preventing him from collapsing when the overseers strike him with their whips after the wagon wheels sink into thick mud. His endurance is no longer simply his own. It becomes a symbol of millions of nameless people of the Middle Ages, those whose bones and labor built castles and kingdoms they would never be allowed to enter. After many exhausting months, the supply campaign finally ends, and Alaric is permitted to return home. But he returns as a broken man, thin, exhausted, and pale like a wandering ghost. When the outline of his village appears on the horizon, he notices a column of smoke rising near his home. Not the gentle smoke of a cooking fire, but the dark smoke of destruction. He runs desperately toward it, his exhausted legs suddenly filled with desperate strength. When he arrives, he finds Alara sitting in the ashes, holding their child tightly in her arms. A group of deserter soldiers had passed through the village and stolen everything they could find. Yet even in the depths of despair, when Alara sees her husband alive again, she smiles through her tears. They are still alive. And in this cruel world, that alone is a miracle. Alaric embraces his family tightly, standing among the ruins of the life he once knew. But in his eyes burns a stronger determination than ever before. He begins gathering stones and half-burned wood to rebuild their shelter piece by piece. Life may crush his body, it may steal his possessions, but it cannot extinguish the instinct to survive, or the love that binds his family together. That small flame becomes the only light guiding him through the long darkness of the Middle Ages. Alaric's story does not end with wealth or glory. Instead, it ends on a quiet evening. He kneels beside his young son, teaching him how to plant the first seeds into the soil, beginning a new cycle of life, filled with hardship, but also with quiet dignity. Years passed, and the wrinkles on Alaric's forehead grew deeper, like the furrows he once carved into the dry fields. Edmund, the child born during that harsh winter, had now grown into a strong young boy with broad shoulders. Life in the Middle Ages did not allow anyone to remain a child for long. By the age of 12, Edmund was already holding a sharp iron sickle, working beside his father in the fields before the morning fog had even lifted from the ground. But one burning afternoon, something strange happened. The church bells did not ring with their usual rhythm for prayer. Instead, they rang rapidly and wildly, like thunder crashing across the sky. Suddenly, the entire village fell into a terrible silence. A group of ragged travelers staggered through the village gate. Their faces were gray with sickness, and swollen black boils covered their necks and bodies. It was the Black Death, the most terrifying nightmare the world had ever known. Fear spread through the village faster than the wind through the forest. Doors were sealed shut. People poured vinegar across their floors and burned foul-smelling herbs in desperate attempts to purify the air. Alaric held Alara's hand tightly as he looked into her anxious eyes. They had survived famine, taxes, and fire. But this enemy was different. It was an invisible shadow. Inside their dark hut, they could hear the heartbreaking cries of neighbors. At night, the sound of wooden carts echoed along the road, carrying the dead toward mass graves at the edge of the forest. Finally, Alaric made a brutal decision. They would abandon the land of their ancestors and hide deep in the mountain caves, far away from the plague that was devouring humanity. Their silent journey began under the cover of night. They carried only a small bag of seeds, an iron axe, and the love that bound them together. High in the steep mountains, Alaric taught Edmund how to trap wild animals with wooden snares and how to recognize poisonous mushrooms among the forest floor. They lived like wild people, sleeping inside cold stone caves. Yet every morning, when Alaric saw the steady breath of his wife and child beside him, he silently thanked God. For in that moment, isolation itself had become the greatest blessing. Down in the valley, black smoke rose constantly as bodies were burned. Entire kingdoms began to crumble as fields were abandoned and no one remained to cultivate the land. But high in the mountains, Alaric's family clung to life with a stubborn strength that seemed almost miraculous. Months later, when the plague finally began to fade, they returned to their village. But what they found was a place transformed into a silent graveyard. Weeds had grown over broken houses and empty doorways. Yet something extraordinary had also changed. Because so many people had died, those who survived suddenly became priceless. The Lord could no longer lash his whip or demand endless taxes. Without men like Alaric and Edmund, his lands would remain nothing but dust. For the first time in his life, Alaric dared to speak. He demanded a larger share of the harvest and the right to travel freely. From the ashes of death, a new social order was slowly being born, one where the value of a person was no longer measured only by noble blood, but by the strength of their working hands. The story closes when Alaric has grown old. He sits beneath an ancient oak tree, watching Edmund walk across a golden field of wheat with his young wife beside him. Alaric leaves his son no gold, no castles, and no great wealth. Instead, he leaves him something far more powerful, a will as strong as stone, and a spirit that refuses to surrender to hardship. The autumn wind drifts across the fields, carrying the scent of soil and sweat. It whispers a timeless truth. No matter how cruel history may become, life will always find a way forward, pushing through the cracks of suffering until it blooms once more beneath the sunlight. Time flowed like a raging flood, sweeping away the levees of the old order and depositing fertile soil for a new era. Alaric had long since been laid to rest beneath the old oak tree, but his resilient blood now ran through the veins of his grandson, Julian. Julian was no longer a serf chained to the land like his grandfather had been. He lived in a time when the stone walls of feudal lords were beginning to crack under the rising power of towns and commerce. Yet this new freedom carried with it challenges that were subtle and harsh in entirely different ways. Julian left behind the barley fields, heavy with the smell of mud and soil, to seek opportunity in a bustling riverside town, where rows of red-tiled roofs stretched close together, and the hammering of craftsmen echoed from dawn until deep into the night. He became an apprentice in a shipyard, where enormous wooden vessels were being constructed to sail across the vast oceans. But life in the city was far from easy. Julian slept beneath the damp floorboards of the workshop, ate pieces of salty, dried fish, and worked 16 hours a day under the strict supervision of the guild masters. Pollution, noise, and the jealousy among workers were the silent plagues that gnawed away at his spirit. One night, a fire accidentally broke out in a nearby tannery. Within moments, it spread wildly, consuming an entire district of wooden houses. Julian watched the work of months turn into ash before his eyes. Amid the roaring flames and terrified screams, he did not choose to run for his life. Remembering the stories his grandfather Alaric once told about rebuilding a home from ruins, Julian called upon the young workers around him. Together, they formed lines carrying buckets of water, fighting the inferno to protect the unfinished ships, the town's only hope for survival. The power of unity, the same weapon that ancient serfs once used to survive brutal winters, was now used by Julian to save the future of an entire community. When the ashes finally cooled, Julian stood there with his face blackened by smoke, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination. The town council, moved by his courage, granted him the right to open his own shipyard, something unimaginable for a man born from the mud of peasant blood. Julian realized a timeless truth. No matter the era, whether under the chains of feudal lords or within the brutal competition of city life, the true value of a person lies in the ability to rise again after every fall. He began designing ships with larger sails and stronger frames, vessels meant to venture far beyond familiar shores. They carried not only goods but also dreams of escaping the shadows of the past and reaching distant horizons. The story of Alaric's family was not merely a tale of suffering, it was an epic about the evolution of the human spirit. From a serf bowing helplessly before nature, to a craftsman shaping his own destiny with his hands, Julian stood by the shimmering river, watching his ships raise their sails and depart. They carried with them not just cargo, but the undying will of ordinary people who dared to live, dared to hope, and dared to triumph in an age of great upheaval. On the horizon, the dawn of the Renaissance was beginning to glow, and the footsteps of people like Julian were the very steps that helped humanity climb out of the long, dark night of the Middle Ages. As Julian stood on the harbor, watching the sails bearing the symbol of his family, a green oak branch on rough cloth, he knew that his struggle had shifted from survival to legacy. But fate had never shown mercy to those who carried Alaric's blood. In the late 14th century, as wars between kingdoms erupted across the land, a new royal mobilization swept through the towns. This time it was not forced labor. The crown demanded ships and the most skilled craftsmen to serve the king's ambitions of conquest. Julian faced a cruel choice: either surrender his entire fleet, the ships he had built with blood and sweat, to the war effort, or be branded a traitor and lose everything he owned. That night he sat alone in his wooden office under the faint glow of a candle. His hand rested on an old rusted iron sickle, the only relic left by his grandfather Alaric, a reminder of the black soil his family had once come from. In that quiet moment, Julian understood something deeply. Even though society had changed from fields to cities, and the armor of feudal lords had been replaced by velvet robes of new nobles, the nature of power had not changed. It still sought to crush the weak, but Julian refused to bow. Instead, he devised a bold plan, one only a man who had inherited the survival instincts of mountain caves could imagine. He did not surrender his ships. He did not run away. Instead, he secretly redesigned his transport vessels into floating fortresses, strengthening their hulls with double-layered structures. At the same time, he quietly formed alliances with other craft guilds that had also suffered under the pressures of royal demands. When the king's soldiers finally arrived to seize the fleet, they did not find trembling workers. They faced a united alliance of free people. Together they declared that their ships would sail for trade and prosperity, not for war and bloodshed. The standoff lasted for weeks. Julian negotiated with calm intelligence and unbreakable resolve. He argued that a thriving port town would bring the crown far greater wealth through long-term trade taxes than a handful of ships doomed to sink in distant wars. His stubborn resilience, passed down from his grandfather, combined with the sharp thinking of a man born in a new age. And in the end he won. The king accepted his proposal. Julian was appointed the first mayor of the city and laid the foundation for some of the earliest laws protecting workers in the region. In his old age, Julian often brought his grandson to the sea. There he would tell stories about their ancestors, about great-grandfather Alaric, who once survived winter by eating tree bark, about his father Edmund, who escaped the Black Death by hiding in the lonely mountains. Then Julian would point toward the ships cutting across the distant waves and say, "Son, true wealth is not the gold in your chest. It is whether you have the courage to protect what you have built." And so the story of the House of Alaric comes to its close. It stands as a timeless symbol of the medieval human journey, a painful yet magnificent transformation from the mud of servitude to the light of freedom. It is not only the story of one family, it is the story of all of us. For humanity has always found the strength to rise from the ashes, to write new chapters of history with willpower and love that never fades. As the fading twilight of the medieval era slowly dissolves into the mist of the past, we look back at the journey of the House of Alaric not as mere numbers written on old parchment, but as a powerful lifeblood flowing through some of the darkest centuries in history. The grandson of Julian, a young man named Thomas, no longer holds a sickle in the fields or a shipbuilder's hammer. Instead, he holds in his hands a new kind of weapon, one capable of shaking both thrones and churches. Printed pages made from metal type. Thomas lives in an age when knowledge has begun to break the silence that lasted for thousands of years. He works in a discreet printing workshop in the heart of the city, where the heavy scent of oil-based ink has replaced the smells of mud and rusted iron. Thomas remembers the stories his father once told him, about how Alaric had been treated as property tied to the land, and how his grandfather Edmund had been forced to flee from the plague in silence. Now with his own hands, Thomas prints words that proclaim the freedom of humanity, translations of classical works that once only the elite were allowed to touch. But change always comes with a price. Those who hold the old power, the same kind of men who once beat Alaric and stripped Julian of his rights, now feel threatened by these fragile sheets of paper. One stormy night, soldiers storm into Thomas's printing workshop with orders to burn everything. In the flickering light of the flames, Thomas watches manuscripts being crushed beneath the soldiers' boots. But he does not run. Calmly, He hides the most important metal-type molds against his chest beneath his rough cloth shirt. Just as Alaric once hid frozen eggs inside his coat to save his starving wife long ago. "You may burn paper and ink," Thomas declares, his voice echoing with the unbreakable spirit of 3 generations before him, "but you cannot burn an awakened will." Although the printing house is destroyed, Thomas had already distributed thousands of printed pages to neighboring cities. Ideas of justice, of the right to work, and the right to enjoy the fruits of one's labor begin to take root in the minds of countless ordinary people. The House of Alaric, once a family of voiceless serfs, has now become a voice for a new age. They have traveled a long road, from a cracked wooden hut in a frozen winter to the illuminated halls of libraries and learning. Their story ends here, but at the same time it marks the beginning of a new chapter for humanity. It reminds us that the suffering of the medieval world was not meaningless. Every drop of sweat that fell upon the fields, every hammer strike upon the iron anvil, and every drop of ink upon the printed page became bricks in the towering structure of modern civilization. So when you see the light of freedom and progress today, remember that beneath its foundation lies the blood, sweat, and unbreakable will of people like Alaric, Edmund, Julian, and Thomas. Our 4-hour journey together now comes to an end, but its echoes will continue to resonate in the hearts of those who understand the true value of life and the quiet power of perseverance. Thomas did not stop with printed pages. As the bright flames of the Renaissance began to spread across the world, he realized that knowledge only truly gains power when it is turned into action. After his printing workshop was burned down, Thomas chose to make a journey back to his roots, to the village where his great-grandfather Alaric had once poured out his sweat and tears. But the village was no longer an isolated feudal estate. It had become part of a growing network of trade and exchange. Thomas brought with him new farming techniques and knowledge of irrigation that he had learned from ancient manuscripts. With these ideas, he helped the villagers free themselves from complete dependence on the mercy of weather, or the goodwill of their lord. Life for ordinary people was beginning to change. Instead of damp clay huts, they started building stronger brick houses with windows that welcomed sunlight, the very light that Alaric's generation could only dream about. Thomas even founded a small school beneath the old oak tree where Alaric once rested. There he taught the children of farmers how to read and write. For Thomas understood a profound truth. The greatest hardship was not hunger. It was ignorance of one's own human rights. Yet the shadow of jealousy had not completely disappeared. The old feudal powers, though weakened, still tried to halt this progress by spreading rumors that Thomas was using witchcraft to control the harvests. Once again, the instinct for survival awakened within him. But Thomas did not respond with violence. Instead, he answered with proof. When a long drought struck the region and the Lord's fields turned dry and lifeless, the irrigation channels Thomas had built continued to bring water to the surrounding land, keeping the crops green and thriving. Truth triumphed over fear, and those who once doubted him soon became his strongest defenders. By the time Thomas's children grew up, the line separating commoner and noble was no longer an impossible barrier. His son became an architect, helping construct magnificent cathedrals, and on the stone carvings of those great buildings, artists began to depict not only saints and kings, but also craftsmen at work. For the first time in history, manual labor itself was honored in sacred art. Life was still difficult. Injustice and disease had not disappeared. But people no longer bowed their heads in silent submission. They had begun to look up at the sky with curiosity, rather than fear. The thread connecting Alaric, Edmund, Julian, Thomas, and the generations that followed is powerful proof of one truth. The darkness of the Middle Ages was not a void of stagnation. It was a cradle where some of humanity's greatest wills were forged. Every strike of Alaric's hoe in the soil laid the foundation for Thomas's pen. Every dream inside that straw hut became the reality of the bright cities that would come later. Their lives flowed together like a river, never broken, moving through time, washing away the debris of each age while leaving behind the fertile soil for the future. And as we close this story, remember one thing. Every step forward that humanity takes today is built upon the shoulders of silent giants, ordinary people who lived, suffered, and struggled through the long night of history. When the second winter of Thomas's generation arrived, the cold was no longer merely a physical challenge. It had become a battle of the mind. Once again, the blood of Alaric faced its harshest trial, finding food in a land frozen to its very soul. Thomas, now a middle-aged man, led a group of young villagers on hunting expeditions that the elders once called the chase with death across forests buried beneath deep white snow. They no longer hunted with the crude wooden spears of Alaric's time. Using his knowledge of mechanics, Thomas designed sensitive steel traps and powerful composite bows capable of piercing thick animal hides. Yet winter nature remained just as merciless. Snow fell so heavily that it erased every trace of animal tracks, turning the forest into a silent white labyrinth. To find food, they learned to listen to the breathing of the earth beneath the ice, searching for squirrel burrows, rabbit tunnels hidden underground, or fish lying dormant beneath rivers sealed by solid ice. The search for food began before dawn, when the cold could freeze tears upon a person's cheeks. Thomas and his companions had to strike the frozen river with heavy iron chisels, breaking through the thick surface of ice. It was exhausting work. Every blow numbed their hands, while freezing water splashed over them. But when the first fish was pulled from the icy hole, it was more than just food. It was a declaration that humanity had not surrendered. They did not hunt recklessly. Thomas taught them conservation, to take only what was necessary so that when spring arrived, the forest and river would continue to flourish. During nights when snowstorms made it impossible to go outside, the act of gathering food moved indoors into the warm kitchens of their homes. This was where the food preservation knowledge Thomas had learned proved invaluable. Instead of surviving on rock-hard bread and spoiled meat like earlier generations, the villagers now had jars of pickled vegetables, slabs of oak-smoked meat, and carefully stored sacks of dried grain. Food was no longer a matter of chance. It was the result of patient preparation throughout the summer and autumn. They shared their supplies with the elderly and the weak, transforming individual survival into the strength of an entire community. Yet winter brought more than hunger. It also brought the hungriest wolves. One night, while Thomas was guarding the village food storage, a large wolf pack approached the outskirts of the settlement. In the flickering firelight, Thomas did not tremble as his grandfather Alaric once had. Calmly, he organized the villagers to drive the wolves away with torches and loud noise-making devices, forcing the beasts to retreat without needless bloodshed. Thomas understood something important. In nature, confrontation is the last resort. It is intelligence that places humans at the top. Their winter life moved with a steady rhythm. Morning breaking ice to catch fish, midday checking forest traps, afternoon smoking and preserving food, night gathering around the fire to tell the stories of their ancestors. Every meal they earned in that frozen season carried the salty taste of sweat and the sweet taste of freedom. Thomas watched the village children eating bowls of steaming soup, their eyes shining with hope rather than fear of death. And in that moment, he knew the greatest achievement of 4 generations had finally been fulfilled. Human beings had not only learned how to find food, they had learned how to master their destiny, even in the harshest winter of time. As the warmth of spring slowly crept into every crack of stone, the ice on the river began to break apart with sharp cracking sounds, signaling that the harshest battle for survival had finally come to a temporary end. Thomas did not allow the villagers to sink into rest and comfort. He knew this was the golden moment to transform the resources they had stored during winter into economic strength. A large market fair was organized in the central town, where once quiet dirt paths were now crowded with horse-drawn carts loaded with animal furs, dried fish, and even precious printed pages that Thomas and his fellow craftsmen had secretly prepared during long nights beside the fire. As Thomas stepped into the marketplace, he could feel the powerful transformation of the age. No longer were ragged serfs standing nervously before armed guards. Instead, the air buzzed with merchants from distant lands bringing spices from the east and fine fabrics from the lowland cities. Thomas led his group proudly. They had not come merely to sell goods. They had come to earn their living in a new way by seeking knowledge and better tools. He traded high-quality bear pelts for hardened steel plow blades and new varieties of seeds capable of surviving drought. This was a different kind of struggle, a contest of intelligence across the merchant scales where wisdom and communication had replaced raw physical strength. Amid the noisy excitement, an unexpected conflict erupted. A group of soldiers from a neighboring lord deliberately caused trouble, demanding an illegal road tax from the villagers. But this time, things were different. Instead of bowing in fear like Alaric's generation once had, or responding with reckless violence, Thomas calmly reached into his satchel and pulled out a document bearing the red seal of the city council. It was a legal charter he had studied and helped draft beforehand. Standing tall in the center of the crowd, he declared the right to free trade for craftsmen and free farmers. His confidence, backed by knowledge and preparation, forced the soldiers to hesitate under the watchful eyes and growing support of hundreds of merchants around them. That evening, as the sun sank behind the glowing towers of the cathedral, Thomas sat with his companions at a small roadside inn. They shared unfamiliar foods they had obtained through trade, rich wine and sweet pastries flavored with rare spices. In the fragrant smoke of the kitchen fire, Thomas spoke of his vision. They would no longer struggle merely to survive. They would build a community where everyone could own their tools and never again live in fear of hunger. He looked at the silver coins they had earned from the fair, not as wealth to hoard, but as seeds for investment in new workshops and schools. Their lives had finally escaped the endless cycle of simple hardship. Meals were no longer desperate acts of survival. They had become celebrations of creative labor. When Thomas returned to the village, spring had fully arrived. He brought with him not only food, but also designs for a new windmill system that could free human hands from exhausting labor. Beneath the old oak tree, where the story had once begun with the tears of Alaric, Thomas stood quietly and gazed toward the future, a future where people would no longer be slaves to the land, but architects of their own lives. And so the story of their struggle to find food had transformed into something greater, from hunting in dark forests to conquering opportunities in markets and defending rights through law. It was the journey from the darkness of fear to the light of freedom and dignity. As the twilight of his life stretched long shadows across the green barley fields, Thomas found himself once again sitting beneath the old oak tree, the very place where 4 generations earlier, his ancestor Alaric had once bowed his head in exhaustion. Now, instead of the howling of wolves or the crack of guards' whips, the air was filled only with the gentle hum of windmills turning steadily and the laughter of children studying lessons in the red brick school nearby. Thomas could feel the chill of another winter quietly approaching on the wind, yet his heart was strangely peaceful. He called his eldest grandson over, a boy with bright eyes full of curiosity. Into the boy's hands Thomas placed not a sword, not a bag of gold, but a carefully bound leather journal. Inside were the written memories of their entire journey, from the mud of suffering to the dignity their family had earned. "My son," Thomas whispered, his voice trembling yet still carrying the authority of a man who had endured many trials. "Winter will always return. That is the law of the earth. But you will never have to search for food in the darkness with the same fear that haunted your great ancestor Alaric. For 200 years we have built a fortress, not of stone, but of knowledge and unity. Remember this, every seed you plant today carries the dreams of those who fell during the long night before us." The final days of Thomas's life became a quiet reflection on change. He saw that Julian's ships were now returning not only with spices but with new ideas from distant horizons. He saw that his own printed pages had awakened the self-respect of farmers, helping them realize that hands stained with soil could also hold a pen and shape their own destiny. One winter afternoon, beneath a sky filled with sunlight, Thomas closed his eyes for the final time. His breath faded gently into silence. Yet the legacy he left behind was more alive than any monument carved from stone. The entire village voluntarily stopped work for a day to honor him. The man who had taught them that hunger could be conquered with the strength of hands. But freedom could only be protected by the strength of the mind. The story of the House of Alaric did not end with a grave beneath the oak tree. It continued to live in every hammer strike upon the anvil, in every book opened and read, and in every warm family meal shared across the town. Their journey had been breathtaking. From serfs chained to the land, to craftsmen surviving plague and hardship, to merchants defending their rights through law, to thinkers who illuminated the darkness with knowledge. It is the clearest proof that human beings, even in the harshest circumstances, will always find a path toward the light. And so this epic tale of medieval life, filled with struggle and endurance, ends with one final image. Thomas's young grandson standing upon a hilltop gazing toward the horizon where new cities are beginning to rise. The winter wind still blows. Snow still begins to fall. But the boy no longer trembles with fear. Holding the journal tightly in his hands, he smiles and walks forward along a path paved by the sweat, blood, and determination of those who came before him. The long night of the Middle Ages has finally faded into the past, and in its place rises the dawn of a new era. An era where even the most ordinary person can become extraordinary, as long as they keep the flame of hope alive within their hearts.